Now, if you're watching this, it's so important to gain control of the net. Now, shots down the middle are really good. Gives you a chance to get forward. Now, I have to watch that ball clearly hits the back wall. Now, when you see the smashes, there'll be a mix, as that is sank into the net, of outright winners, those big smashes. Also, the Vibra bandejas, another really important shot. We're describing those shots and how they're used as we progress. Now, you'll see that the break you get between the first game and the remaining games is very short. Same as tennis, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and onwards. It is important, as I was saying earlier, just to minimize errors to win the game. Try and get to that net. If you control the net, you're more likely to win points outright. Also, if you watch these players, you play on a string as that goes long into the back glass. The idea is you've got to cover the whole court. So if your play is drawn to one side, you automatically have to edge towards that center. Now, the play on the backhand side is the one that normally takes control of these shots down the middle, because it's normally on their forehand side. Of course, that does look different if you've got a left-handed player. Now, just seeing the globo, one of the most used shots you will find in paddle. It's not always just a defensive option. That's a good deep lob. Gives him a chance to get to the net. And there, earlier mentioned shots down the middle. It reduces risk, but not just risk. You can see there on that occasion a lack of communication and both players converging and basically hitting their rackets and losing the point outright. 30-15. Danny Diaz, Ivo, and Matten defending the jersey of San Diego Stingrays. And you can see that serve lineup. Why? Because it keeps you on your main side. Quick fire rally at the net, using the black glass really well to get that back in play. It drops deep. Whips in that forehand. You don't see much topspin, if any, in paddle, especially from deep. Why? Because often that ball just kicks up against the glass and leaves your opponent with a really good option for a put away. Uses the side wall extremely well. Vieira. Watching Miguel Birega and Vinny Di Francesco here on defense. Topspin on that smash, again gets the net. Servers on the back foot, and sometimes that happens. That's really unfortunate, because what you've got to do in that kind of position, you've got to dart forward, try and gain control of the net. So ideally that ball passes you, hits that back glass, comes back in your direction, and then you're in a position to hopefully take control of the point. But sometimes on occasions you get hit, never intentionally, but it is true. Sometimes if you aim at the muñeco, Spanish word basically for the doll, you know, the opposite player that you have, that's a good way of winning the point outright. Already we have break points in this second service game. Another really good deep lob, and that's an excellent port away. That was hit with just the right amount of power. There was Miguel Briega, the Spaniard. Now, if you hit that volley too soft, you leave your opponent with a good attacking option. If you hit it too hard, it will go into one wall, the other, and come back out again. So that was a perfect sliced volley. 2-love. Diaz and a Matten lead. Here at the Paddle House, Brooklyn, Greenpoint, 3 venues here in New York. This one in Brooklyn, And that goes slightly long with the approach shot. So in a right-handed team, the stronger player of the two often plays on the left-hand side. The one with the winners, here for example, and the more defensive player, more consistent player, normally takes the right. Why? Because the shots down the middle would be hit by the player normally with the bigger smash. So 2-love, 30-15. Diaz and Matten lead Briera and Di Francesco. Now later on, we've got a lot of action taking place here at the Paddle House in Brooklyn. Las Vegas Smash, Toronto Polo, Bears are up next, women's doubles, Mexico Waves, LA Beat, men's doubles. We'll end, of course, with the big one, Miami Paddle Club, Houston Vault. So 4 games to look forward to on the opening day of competition here, PPL 2. We're having these teams compete alongside the PPL players at this event here in New York, 9th to the 12th of July. Los Angeles, Playa del Carmen. I mean, it's going to be non-stop all the way through to the Cities Cup. Oh, they are doing very well in this opening set. Perhaps the underdogs coming into this, Danny Diaz and Ivo and Matten. They've already got 1 break, now looking to hold their service game, 40-30 up. Now you can see the Stingrays have a right-handed and left-handed player, so both players are comfortable taking those shots down the middle on their stronger side. Now in the golden point, the team receiving can choose who receives, backhand side or forehand side. So our first golden point of this opening set. It's good deep volley, try and keep them behind the service line if you can. Chance to come forward. Excellent recovery, really well played. Standing up very well, and Matten, but still unable to get to the net on the back foot, having to defend. The smash runs forward brilliantly, and that was so well played. Took the gamble to attack the net. So often, if you've played tennis, for example, if somebody smashes the ball in your direction, naturally you might take a couple of steps back. Here, you've got to be quick thinking. You allow that ball to hit the back glass, you race forward, and you are probably racing forward as your opponent is lining up to hit the smash before contact is made, because you have no chance of getting there if you wait and watch the smash. So already darting forward, and they're hitting the winner to take a 3-love lead in this opening set. So a quick switch now. Normally coaches get a minute or 2 with their players, bit of a pep talk, team talk, before they come back out, and it'll be the Florida Goats who will be serving. 1 break down in this first set. Now just remind viewers watching that, of course, if you're watching for the first time, it will help with some of the shots, how they came about, describe how to execute some of the shots. Now, for those more professional players who've been playing for a while, maybe a recap. But if it is your first time and you're watching this sport, give it a go. There are clubs popping up across North America, and it is a really fun sport. It is so enjoyable. Very different from tennis, of course. I mean, the good thing is it is accessible basically to all skill levels. Whereas tennis, you know, it's great if you're playing somebody the same standard as you, but if you play against somebody a lot better, a lot worse, you know, it's not as enjoyable. Well, in this enclosed space, which does help to keep rallies alive, as long as you're with players more or less of the same standard, rallies can go on for a very long time. And playing on a paddle court kind of allows beginners and also the more advanced players to enjoy the game, which is why we do this. It's all about enjoying the game. A bit of pressure now. Really need to try and hold their service game. But that was a wild one. Briega just sending it straight out. Got to try and minimize mistakes. Points are difficult to win. Not just to gift opponents points. Great shot down at the feet. That was all about the angle. Again, Ivo and Matin with a brilliant shot down at the feet of his opponent. Argentine, 23 years old, though is actually based in Mexico, but doesn't play for the Mexico Waves. That was all part of the draft. That was the fun of the draft, as the franchises started picking players, and it is a very high class PL2. I have to say, looking at the names, and of course also PPL1, which will be starting later on this evening. So do tune in. English, Spanish commentary. Games taking place. If you want to know who's on first, it's the New York Atlantic San Diego Stingrays. Then it will be the men's after the women's. And in that second matchup, DC Matrix against Las Vegas Smash. Those are the games you can tune into later. Hopefully this session will finish just about the same time as the PPL1 will start. So you can just switch channels from one to another and continue enjoying the best paddle you'll be able to see in North America. So off the mark, Miguel Briega and Vinny Di Francesco. Ivo to serve, and just a wild slash by Danny Diaz. Love 15. Really good serve. Rarely do you see aces in paddle. At our level, my level, there are loads. But when you get to this standard, an ace is very difficult, but you can still win points outright, and sometimes, more often than not, it's all about a good serve. You can use different types of spin. You can aim for the middle, with double-handed backhand there, cross court. Dink, and that shot is out, aiming to pass his opponent down the line. Evo 15-30. But the serve is all about trying to get control of the net. Sometimes you can maybe win a point outright, but you will see players cook the point, slow cook it, move your opponents, and then create that opening for the winner. Now when you're on the back foot, and that's another poor volley, and no wonder. Holding his head, Miguel Briega, the Spaniard, seen a couple already in this service game. So if you're watching for the first time, what are the most important shots? Of course, the serve. Got to get it in to start the point. But the lob is key. Yes, it's a defensive shot that can often help players to gain or regain control of the net. A bandeja, which is basically, in English, a tray. So just imagine somebody going to serve you drinks, and they're carrying a tray. That movement, the tray high to low, is the bandeja, and it's a volley. Not quite a smash, which is a very good approach shot. We have a break point. Well, they held on to their service game, and now looking to break San Diego Stingrays, who need the next 2 points. Should Florida Goats miss this opportunity, it'll be a golden point. Excellent smash. Poor 3. Golden point. Massive. A chance to break back for the Stingrays. A chance to maintain that break, and it's long, and it's a third unforced error from Miguel Briega. Well, from potentially a 3-2, and then serving. When they come back out, they are now 4-1 down, broken after just breaking themselves. In a really good position, San Diego Stingrays in this opening set. 4-1, they lead Florida Goats. One hit in this opening set, Pro Padel League number 2. Number 1, we'll see that later on this evening. I don't know what time if you're watching worldwide, but it's worth tuning into to see some of the bright young players. Right now in North America, there are players from other nationalities too, of course, playing on this circuit, seen as an opportunity for young players, and also the idea is to develop future stars. You need to start somewhere, so it was good to try and get paddle on the map in North America, and by doing that, with big name players coming over, taking part regularly in the PPL events that were held not just in the US, there's also one in Spain last year in San Sebastian, but mainly in North America, and it started to get coverage, airtime, followers and players, sponsors and interest. So we're seeing this grow. Now more courts are being built here in North America, which is the next step, of course, just like in Spain. In Spain it was seen as a very elite sport when it first arrived. Not when it first arrived in the 1970s, but it had like a second coming. And now there are courts everywhere. Every park has courts, and one day that will hopefully be what you get here in North America. Now of course there are lots of huge sports, but paddle can live alongside any sport and any racket sport. It's unique, it's fun, it's enjoyable, keeps you healthy, and also because you're quite close, there's so much banter when you play with friends. But here we're watching San Diego Stingrays, Florida Goats. Good exchange, looking for the wide angle, a mistake by Ivo and Matten. 30 love. in that break after the 4-1, we saw the coach of Florida just having a chat with Badiega, who has struggled slightly more than DiFrancesco. Wow, good put away. Excellent play, Ivo. He is playing really well in this opening set. Good deep serve. Good shot down at the feet. Of course, if you hit the ball down at the player's feet, the return can only head up in one direction, high up over that net, allowing you the opportunity to get to that net and try and put the ball away. Well, a chance here to hang on to their service game. It'll be the first they've won on their serve. They have one break, and now a chance for 4-2. Would still need to break their opponents, Florida Goats. Had 2 opportunities in the previous service game. Climbed really high, DiFrancesco. 1.88 m. Huge smash on him. Now, options. You can smash down the line, you can smash cross court, you can look for the board 3 or board 4. The board 3 is when it bounces on the other side of the court and clears the side fence, which is 3 meters high, or the board 4, which is the back fence, 4 meters. And there we see that lack of communication. Again, that simple shot down the middle, always so effective. Of course, you've got to mix and match. You can't just keep hitting those shots down the middle. You mix your lob, Chiquita. Now, Chiquita, why are so many shots in Spanish? Well, because, of course, the game started in Mexico, and then it was really South America, Argentina, a bit of Brazil, of course, Spain as well. You look at Argentina, Spain, and also Brazil. You know, those 3 countries have produced the best players that have dominated paddle for the last 40 years, but especially the last 2 decades. Just long. Second serve. And that wasn't the right moment to approach the net. The return of the serve wasn't an approach shot. It allowed the opponent with a good opportunity. And making no mistake, Danny Diaz now serving for a 5-2 lead. Ivo takes over with a big shout. Of course, the left-handed and right-handed player, they could both take those shots down the middle. Still serving for 5-2. Danny Diaz. And there you go. Another successful service game for San Diego Stingrays. And forced to hold on to their service game, Florida Goats, if they don't want to lose the opening set. First of 2 sets. Now, how long does a paddle game last? No idea. Of course, if you play at sea level, normally the ball travels slightly slower. You play at altitude, the points are normally faster. Also depends on the style of play of the players. There we see, that's DC Matrix. They're playing later on this evening in the PPL 1, just popped onto the camera. Danny Diaz, although says Chile, was actually born in the US, represents Chile. 1.88 m tall. Plays alongside Ivo Anden Matten. Ivo Argentine, 23 years old. Left-sided player. And there is Miguel Briega, although Spanish, has been based in the US for several years. 25 years old. His doubles partner is American Vinny Di Francesco. I love it sometimes when you see height, and sometimes you see it 2 or 3 centimeters taller. Must be the footwear. Or on tiptoe sometimes. So back out. San Diego Stingrays, Florida Goats. Danny Diaz, Ivo and Matten. Leading Miguel Briega and Vinny Di Francesco. Serving to stay in this first set. And that's another good put away, another big smash, another board 3. Been very impressed by Danny Diaz and Ivo and Matten. Perhaps underdogs coming into this opening match here at the Padel House of Brooklyn, Greenpoint. That wasn't, brilliant drop shot. What a dejada. And the spin on that was superb. Now, the error was the smash, not clearing the side fence. And it just set up so invitingly for the San Diego Stingrays, who lead Love 30. Second serve. That just clipped the opponent. When that happens as a touch, you automatically lose the point. 15-30. Just seemed long. That first serve. Just catches the line. How to defend. Danny Diaz and Ivo and Matten. They've been very good at not making, there you go, commentator's curse. I was just about to say, being very good at not committing any unforced errors. There you go. Made swallow my words. All. Now, whenever they've been in this position, Florida Goats, they've left the game empty-handed. 2 golden points played, 2 golden points lost, so it could be very different. They could be leading 4-3 in serving had they won those 2 golden points. As it is, they are chasing this first set. Double-handed backhand, don't see too many of those in paddle. That's a clever spin shot, and look at the spin. Came off the glass straight at Briega. He couldn't get his body out the way, couldn't use that back glass to return it. And we have our first set point. It's been a real struggle in this opening set for Florida Goats just to hang on to their service game. And here they are, facing 2 break points. Done so well. Oh, the defense, and in the end just ran out of patience. And another wild shot flies straight into that back glass. And the first set has been won by the San Diego Stingrays, 6-2. Danny Diaz and Ivo and Matten playing Miguel Briga and Vinny Di Francesco. I wouldn't say off the park, but they have dominated this opening set. Here at the Paddle House, Green Point. Those will be back out shortly for the second set. Don't go too far away, you've got just enough time. So make yourself a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. Be with you in a minute. Well, a surprise so far in this opening game here at the Paddle House in Brooklyn. First set won by San Diego Stingrays, 6-2. Now later, after this one finishes, we will move straight into Las Vegas Smash, Toronto Polo Bears, women's doubles, and then Mexico Waves, LA Beat, men's doubles, before ending the first session with Miami Paddle Club, Houston Volts, women's double. So 4 games to look forward to. This is the first of the 4. And here we are, watching Danny Diaz and Ivo and Matten take that first set. Now on the other courts here at this venue, you've got the PPL players also training. So we just saw the DC Matrix, who are in action later on against Las Vegas Smash. Women's doubles followed by men's doubles. Before that, it will be the turn of the PPL San Diego Stingrays first team, women's and men's, against the New York Atlantics. Second set, second serve. Deep return. Now you see how a lob can be a very good shot to try and gain control of the net. And that lob drifts too long. Straight away raises the racket just to apologise to his doubles partner. Communication is so important, so important. If you're going to commit to crossing, your doubles partner needs to know why, because he'd have to change to cover whatever side of the court you vacate. Gets topspin on it, and it just has enough to carry over. That's unfortunate for Florida. Really is annoying when it just bounces on the top of the fence. Now, sometimes it can actually help. Gives you a bit more time to kick up the bounce, but on this occasion it just drifted way too far and caught the player flat-footed, ball watching, wondering where it had gone. 30-15. Slightly long with that serve, Danny Diaz. Good pick up in the chance there to put the volley away, but didn't on that occasion. And that was a good shout. The better view came from Ivo, who told his doubles partner, let it drop. 40-15. Here watching the PPL 2. Running parallel with the PPL 1. We're seeing these teams compete alongside the, I wouldn't call them the parent teams, but the first teams. We've got this regular season event here in New York, currently at the Paddle House at Brooklyn, Greenpoint, starting today on the 9th, finishes on the Sunday 12th. Then we remain in the US for LA, 13th to the 16th, and there's more events coming up in Mexico before we end the season in Miami, which in the past has been where the season has started. Looking forward to that, the Cities Cup in Miami in December. Ivo and Matten, Danny Diaz taking the first set 6-2. They've won both golden points played so far. Florida Goats to serve. Now they've really struggled to hang on to their service games. Well, that one, unfortunate, just kicks up off the fence. Always a bit of a larcher as we see our first poor 4. Now, for those who will be tuning in later to see some of the action, sneak preview: New York Atlantics, San Diego Stingrays, Veronica Birceda, Claudia Jensen, Jose de Sanchez and Maxi Sanchez. Wow, what a team. They would take on Sofia Saiz, Marta Talaban, Javi Martinez and Nacho Villarriño. And then in the late session, Raquel Genio, Jimena Velasco will face Sofia Araujo and Marina Guinart. Powerful duo those two are going to be tough for Eugenio and Velasco. And then it'll be Agustín Torre, Guille Cagigas, Alex Arroyo and Valentino Ibac, really exciting player from Argentina. So those will be the players in action later on in PPL 1. Here we're watching Danny Diaz, Ivo and Matten take the first set 6-2. And there we're seeing not enough power on that smash and a simple put away. Pour 3. 1-1, hanging on to a service game. Good start by Florida after that disappointing start to the first set. Now next up, by the way, we've got Las Vegas, Toronto, Ana Cortiles. Very good Spanish-born player. With Elena Perez from Venezuela. And for Toronto, Jody Lujan, Carla Rodriguez. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sometimes you see those clear the side or even go through the archway, which is a very dangerous sport. Even pro players can sometimes trip on the net, bang themselves on the doorway, which is heavily padded, of course. But you know, you're racing out at full speed. You're trying to keep eye on the ball, and trying to hurdle the net post and not be decapitated by the top of the frame. But players do it, and you'll see it at this level. It is tough to do at other levels, because you have to normally set off before the players actually hit the shot. You take that gamble. The same as you race forward to try and recover a smash if it hits the back glass. Good backhand there. And there we see how unpredictable the cage can be, the fence there on the side. It can drop like a dead weight, it can kick up, and there come off at a really strange angle. That's also part of the game. You try and aim your shots to use the fence. 30 all. Back-to-back points for Florida Goats. You always serve and volley in paddle. You don't allow your opponents to take control of the net. And that was an easy pot away. 40-30. Now, for those who are discovering the PPL for the first time, last year was an iconic season. Had the Cities Cup here in New York City. Started in Miami. Good smash winner. 2-1 with serve in this second set. Also saw the PPL touchdown in Spain on the north coast and San Sebastian in the Basque country. Great tennis venue, which was completely transformed for paddle. And then the tour went to Mexico, which is the birthplace of paddle. Mr. Enrique Corcuera, who invented the first court back in 1969. That was a massive success. We're seeing the league travel back to Mexico this season. But it has been around for more years, of course, with those big name players when the tournament first started here in North America. Really put paddle on the map here in the US, because it hadn't really got much in the way of coverage, airtime, interest, followers, players, and we're starting to see a change, a big change here in the US, Canada and Mexico. And it's a sport that can live alongside any sport, even racket sports. Now, for newcomers or people just starting, yes, it's a bit different from pickleball or squash or tennis, where there are a lot more courts available and probably easier just to get started, apart from squash. But when you look at the court, once they're up and running, they've got an incredible lifetime. And you got 4 players playing great doubles. You do have individual courts, but you can't really play singles on this court unless you use only half of the court. But it's fun, it's entertaining, it's full of banter. I think players from all ages can enjoy themselves. Kids, you know, even tennis players are now starting to discover paddle. All skill levels can play here. First serve is long, and the atmosphere is really good, and even more so at the Pro Padel League, because it's serious, but at the same time it's a team competition, men and women. There you see, scrambles out to keep the rally alive. And that's a huge mistake. And you can see the frustration Dieth, and able to put away 2 opportunities with his probably best shot, the overhead smash. And that shot well wide into the fence. Are they heading for their first love service game? 30 love for the Goats. They've had to work in all their service games so far. Good angle on that approach volley. That wasn't the good shot. You can see straight away. You can see that volley straight away. As soon as it left the racket, you knew it wasn't the right shot. It just bounced invitingly for the opponents. Briega realizing straight away they'd lost the point after controlling the point until that shot. Reacted well to that difficult bounce. A top spin on that. That was wild. Just wide. In that kind of position, what are your options? A lob? Maybe look for a passing shot down the line, but very difficult to execute. And now 40-15, looking to tie this second set. Clever. Looking for the angle, looking for the fence, getting exactly what he was intending for, and it's 2-2. Good service game, dropping just the 1 point. So some of the shots we've seen here. Bajada, which is basically when you take a high ball that hits the back fence, and that's a lack of communication. They were both in a good position to retrieve that smash. And what you do with that bajada is you bring it down and perhaps even look to attack the net. It's not about the power, although you can use power. It's about the action. You baja, you bring the ball down. High to low. The bandeja, one of the most used shots in paddle, which is a tray. Mentioned that earlier. It's like somebody bringing a tray of drinks and how they just twist it and bring it down to a table. But that's the action you do when you're holding the racket. That kind of bandeja. Then you have the víbora, which is similar to the bandeja. But the big difference, víbora, by the way, is a snake, viper, is you hit it with a lot more power and spin than the bandeja. Normally, diagonal is a good option because there's, of course, more distance, less chance of it going out if you hit it in a straight line, but you can do. And if it's got good backspin, when it hits the back wall, it drops dead. But it's not normally the outright winner like an overhead smash. There's the bajada. That's not one to copy if you're watching back home. Well, look at this. 3 break points. Oops, so Daisy, that was a bit wild. So what would he have coming up later today? Well, here on this court at the Padel House in Brooklyn, Las Vegas Smash, Toronto Polo Bears, women's doubles, Mexico Waves, LA Beat men's doubles. We end the day with Miami Padel Club, Houston Volts. That is women's doubles here on this court, here at Greenpoint, Brooklyn. There are other options also. Williamsburg and Dumbo here in the Big Apple. Denver, Atlanta and Nashville. So do try and find Padel House and join your local club. You will not regret it. Tame backhand. 3-2. Quick break as the players switch ends. So moments ago we were just talking about different shots. You can see in paddle the bandeja, the vibra and also the bajada chiquita. Now that's a cute, delicate shot, and it's quite difficult. So it's similar to a drop shot in that the ball bounces in the front court as close to the net as possible, but it's one that's also hit from the front court, so you're basically a racket lengths away at most from the net, and it's a delicate shot that basically sees the ball drop softly over the net from close range, and then the idea is it leaves your opponents in a tough position, awkward position, because the ball drops, so the return won't be a volley, and hopefully you're basically towering over the net. So when they look to return it, it's up high over the net and you're there to pounce. But so many times you see chiquita and then contra chiquita, which is basically the same shot to back your way again. So far we've seen chiquita, we've seen the bajada, the vibra, the bandeja, we've seen one salida, which is when we saw the player from Florida, Goats Brega, dart out through the gateway to keep a shot alive. So you need to anticipate the smash, have good footwork not to kill yourself in the process, at least hurdle the net or bump into the post, but it's very doable. It's great to watch. It's such a difficult shot to master. I mean, look at some of the world's best players. You know, Dineno, Tapia, Triay, Sanchez, Ricardo. I mean, they are famous for those salidas, that pace and anticipation, both key. Brings it home. (30-15). Yeah, just looking to gain control of the net. Quick exchange at the net, and in the end, a tame volley sends it low into the foot of the net. And a chance here to tie the second set at 3-3. Good serve that by Di Francesco. Oh, through the legs, the Willie. And just lost sight of the ball. And it's 3-3. But resourceful. Ivo and in Matten. And his excellent footwork and quick thinking. So tied in this second set. So important, as soon as you hit that volley, to race forward again and join your partner by the net. That was out, just grazing the side fence. 15-love. If you've been following the PPL the last 3 years, this would be new to you. The PPL2. Back in February, it was announced the birth of the PPL2, running parallel alongside the PPL. Still the same teams. And that's a great winner. Again, that first smash coming up short. Danny Diaz not getting enough power behind it, not winning that point outright, and in the end it was a sitting duck. 15-all. So just quickly to explain how this PPL2 works. I mean, the idea is you are developing new talent, giving opportunity for players to improve against foreign opposition, and hopefully getting better players into this network. So it's not short term, it's medium and long term. This is here to stay in the US. Just looking to elevate the next generation of PPL players and hopefully have more homegrown players playing at the highest level. Well, look at this. 3 break points for Florida Goats. Caught his opponent slightly wrong-footed. I think was expecting a big smash, didn't come his way. In the end, just sending his return into the side fence. Now, when you go to smash, a shot you see very often is a softer smash, or a fake smash even, which is basically, the idea is the ball just drops dead as near as possible to the back wall. So when you get both players, for example, racing forward, you just hit, I wouldn't say a smash drop shot, but a soft smash that literally dies by the time it hits that far wall, if not before. Well, back-to-back points for the Stingrays. They've won every golden point so far. 3-3, hoping not to be broken here. Brilliant lob. And an excellent pickup. Has work to do there. Did really well, Danny Diaz. Clears. Oh, what a rally, what a point. Excellent. And the Florida Goats have broken the Stingrays. What a rally. And there we saw the salida. But in the end, unable to come out on top in the point And we have a break in this second set. First set to the San Diego Stingrays, 6-2. Florida Goats have broken the Stingrays in that second set. Will be serving when play resumes. Slightly longer switch. I think we're seeing the coaches just make the most of this break because it is massive for both. Well, Stingrays are, of course, the team with a safety net. They won the first set 6-2, but they've just been broken. Momentum has switched to the Florida Goats. We're looking to consolidate the break by holding on to their service game, which they really struggled to do in the opening set. Huge game here in this opening match from the Padel House, Brooklyn, Greenpoint. Well, that shot just coming off the tape, taking all the sting out of it. Now there, what we saw there clearly, if you focus on the players in those dark jerseys, the San Diego Stingrays, we saw the shot down the line and automatically the doubles partner edged across into the middle, leaving his side of the court wide open. So you can't really blame Evo for stepping across, but he just left that gap. It was spotted by the Florida Goats, who lead 15-love. Love. Well, they mean business in this second set. Well, they've started not just winning their service games, but looking comfortable on their service games. Complete turnaround from the first set. Second serve, Miguel Pereira. Di Francesco takes a big gamble and makes it count when he drifted across into his doubles partner's side. You've got to hit a winner, or at least set yourself up for the next shot to hit the winner, because you're out of position if you don't. Really high lob. It's a good ceiling here, luckily. Now some of those shots that were going long in the first set are all just dropping in. They're going to win this. Oh, great recovery. And you could just see they were dominating the net, one shot after the other. They had their opponent scurrying across the court just to stay alive in the point. And when you're in that position, more often than not, you're going to lose the point. Oh, from 2-2 to 5-3. Dieth to serve. Love. All. Important they hang on to the service game. We need to break Florida, the Stingrays. Some great volleys are at the net, not retreating, so important. You take the gamble to stay there, don't start taking baby steps backwards and allowing that ball to drop. We've not really seen an unforced error from Briega in this second set. That was a big point from potentially taking a 14-15 lead. With 3 break points, it's now 30-all. Oh, that was, I don't know if he meant that. Of course, was hoping that the ball would drift along the fence. But when it's stuck right against the fence, there's no physical space to squeeze your racket to get that ball back across again. Well, they did what they needed to do. They were in trouble, 15-30 down, 3 straight points, and they are still very much alive in this second set. Still behind the San Diego Stingrays. They need to break Florida Goats in the next service game, but they do lead, having taken that first set. 6-2. Watching some of the highlights from the match so far. The first of 4 here from the Powder House, Brooklyn. All players coming back out for this second set. It's been entertaining, it's been tight. So much to play for. These players would all love to qualify for Sunday's final, which would be at the same venue as the PPL. Love 15. Big winner there. Just in. And doesn't put the smash away. Is it going to clear the back fence? It doesn't. Scoops it back into play superbly, Diaz. All 5-4, another huge point. Just 2 points away from taking this second set, and well, just 1 point away from a break. San Diego Stingrays still need 2 points. Florida Goats, but they are facing 2 break points on their serve. Vinny Di Francesco serving for Florida Goats. Well, that was a good opportunity. I actually think the intention was basically just to see the ball come off the opponent and just claim the point. Perfectly legal. As long as it's not hit with plenty of venom, it's an okay shot to use. Oh, what about this for a point? They don't come any bigger. And they've taken the point. They've taken the set. Well, Florida Goats have tied the game 6-4. Facing 2 break points, but they claim the 10th game of that second set. All tied here at the Padel House, Brooklyn. 1 set apiece. Seeing some of the big points from that second set. That was the smash that was short. Managed to keep it alive just. But that was another clever volley, just wrong footing. Danny Diaz. And that was the set point. Vinny Di Francesco with the winning volley. He and Briega taking that second set. So now we prepare for the super tie break. The first doubles pair to reach 10 points with a minimum 2-point advantage. So very similar to the tiebreak in tennis, the original tiebreak, which is the first to 7. They're needing to win by 2 clear points. Teams will switch ends after 6 points. Starting, San Diego Stingrays. Danny Diaz goes for the shot down the middle. Up by Andrew Matten, opts to stay back. Very forward. That was a brilliant bajada. Great angle. And a mini break at the start of the super tie break. Now 2 serves for the Florida Goats. One. Oh, they've broken back. That was so well played, just drifted and died in the corner. Well, they have won 2 points on Florida serve. So they have now broken their opponents and have 1 break up after dropping the first point themselves. 2-1. Brings it over. 3-1. 3 points in a row. Second serve. A tie break to decide the first match here at the Paddle House Brooklyn Greenpoint. Great angles here as they gain control of the net. Florida, really well worked point. So they find themselves back again. Sends over the high lob. Briega. Great pick up there by Di Francesco. And the backhand winner, and apologizing straight away, Danny Diaz. Not the first time we've seen those smashes come up short in their second set. And now the first in the tiebreak. get to the net. Florida, they want to stay there if possible. They've lost it, Di Francesco. Now that ball to bounce and then attack it. And that is a brilliant shot. What about how that hit with some venom straight down the middle, and it's 3-3, and we're swapping ends. Some of the highlights from this super tiebreak. 3-3, nothing to choose between these teams. A backhand winner coming after Danny Diaz, couldn't put his smash away. And look at this shot here, superb. The first point in the tiebreak was won by the Florida Goats, who then lost 3 in a row. They've now won the last 2. Shane. Diego, who's made more unforced errors than his double partner, Vinny Di Francesco. Danny Diaz to serve. Standing strong at the net, you have to. Got to try and take control of the net as much as possible for as long as possible. If you're forced back, you regain control. They've now lost it, Florida. Gets it out. Oh, brilliant winner. The salida was perfect. The execution even better. All square in this super tiebreak. Remember, it's the first to 10 points, and you need to win by 2. So, 10-8, for example. If it's 10-9, you've got to go to 11, and so on and so on. And this is tight here, 4-4. Keeps it alive. It's clever not going for power. But that's another salida. And here they are at the net, Florida. Oh, that's a shame. Did everything right. Di Francesco and Briera. All that effort, though, to lose the point. 5-4. San Diego Stingrays lead in the super tiebreak. They're both San Diego Stingray players pegged back. In the end, just swipes it Not quite a chancletazo, which is probably my favourite shot, at least my favourite name. So a chancla is basically your flip-flop, and it's a shot as if you were holding a flip-flop and you just take a swipe at the ball with your flip-flop, whack, and that's a chancletazo. It's like when you say goal, golazo, you've got chancla, chancletazo. And long from San Diego. Back-to-back points from Florida, who now lead in the super tiebreak. Scoots it back over, changes angle, and clever, really clever. That's the first smash down the line. It's a difficult shot to execute correctly, but a really important one. And nothing to separate the two teams again as they switch ends. So it was 3-3 when they switched ends earlier in this super tie break. It's now 6-6. There, watch how you anticipate. It's so important to anticipate the shot. That was the end after the salida. And that's the reverse angle from the point we saw earlier in the tiebreak. 6-6. Both San Diego Stingrays and Florida Goats are just 4 points away from the win. Just clips the tape. Yeah, in trouble there. And they basically iced here throughout the La Nevada, the fridge treatment. And then suddenly they switched things, attacked Death. He was pegged back, could do nothing, so 7-6 to the Florida Goats. If you're just tuning in, this is the super tie break. One set apiece. San Diego Stingrays taking the first set 6-2. Florida Goats leveling things with 6-4 in that second set. And here we are in the super tie break. Florida Goats lead. Good, powerful shot. And that's an important one for confidence and morale. They hadn't really been hitting those smashes well. Apart from that smash down the line, which is difficult to defend. That has been their second best smash in this tiebreak. Well, we're seeing momentum sway back and forth. Eight, 7. And a mistake at the net. That block volley from Di Francesco goes straight into the net. Sometimes if you're really close to the net, you don't have much time to react, which is why those shots to the body are always a good option. And that's another big mistake. So moments ago, Di Francesco hit it into the net, and now Briega going long within touching distance. The San Diego Stingrays. The pressure really on Florida Goats. They get a chance to come forward. Great bajada. Stands up really well. And then Martin sends a huge lob over. Diaz approaching the longest rally of the tiebreak. And there it is, the winning shot and victory for the San Diego Stingrays. Danny Diaz and Ivo Martin have beaten the Florida Goats, Miguel Briega and Vinny Di Francesco. Incredible how they seemed down and out. They dominated that first set. They won 6-2. In the second set, they had a chance, a golden point, to tie it at 5-5. They lost that point. And Florida Goats forced the super tiebreak. They led 3-1. They then found themselves behind 3-3, switched ends 6-6. And they switched ends. They lost the next point 7-6 down. But they put together 4 straight points to claim a win in the opening match here from the Paddle House in Brooklyn. You have to feel for the pairing of Miguel Briega and Vinny Di Francesco. They took some time to get going. In that second set, we started to see some good paddle, but in the end, just unable to take it over the finish line. So congratulations to the San Diego Stingrays. A win for them in the men's double. Now coming up shortly, Las Vegas Smash, Toronto Polar Bears. Women's doubles here. The players coming out, they'll be warming up shortly, and you can join us for game 2 here from the Paddle House Brooklyn PPL 2, live from the US. Hello, welcome back. Well, hopefully you've not gone too far away. You had just enough time to sneak off, a coffee or maybe a cup of tea and continue enjoying the paddle here. We saw earlier San Diego Stingrays beat Florida Goats. A good victory for Danny Diaz and Ivo and Matten against Miguel Briega and Vinny Di Francesco. Tight, one set apiece, went to a super tie break, which is the first to 10 points. And then coming out on top, 10-8, San Diego Stingrays. So a victory for the Stingrays. And now it's turn of the Las Vegas Smash and the Toronto Polar Bears. Now, following this game, we will probably roll into the next game. The Mexico Waves LA Beat men's doubles, followed by Miami Paddle Club and Houston Volts. Because the first game took an hour and 45. I mean, the first set was 6-2, the second set 6-4. It was entertaining. It was very good, especially that super tiebreak, which was basically level pegging. At no point did a team lead by more than 2 points. That was 3-1, then it was 3-3, then there was just 1 point between them, then it was 6-6, until eventually a couple of good putaways and a couple of mistakes. We saw Briega and Di Francesco send one shot into the net and another long. So here we are, looking ahead now to the second game here from Brooklyn Paddle House. Final words of wisdom, no doubt, from the coaches before the second match commences here. PPL 2. Looking forward to this game. Now, we saw an upset in the first. Could we see perhaps an upset later? Now, Carla Rodriguez, US, 29 years old. There is a mix of veterans and young players. It's not just young players, teenagers in this PPL2. We're seeing some seasoned pros also helping some of these younger players to graduate, to eventually make that big step up into breaking into the top 200 in the world, and then from then on hopefully continue climbing in that world ranking. What we're looking for are players from North America playing at the highest level, which they are doing, but competing and getting better, breaking into that top 200, top 100, top 50. And that is something that Paddle here will achieve. Underway, first point. Good deep volley behind the service line. What to look forward to here? Sometimes it is very, very tactical, which it needs to be. The idea is to cut out unforced errors, to try and win points, win games, get to that net and control the point if possible. You just heard a coach telling player to, it's important to hang on to your service game, not get broken early on. You don't want to start playing catch up if possible. Vegas smash at the net right now. And that's a wild shot, and it's 40 love. And Cortilis, a experienced player, alongside with Elena Perez from Venezuela. Experienced pairing against another pair with plenty of experience, Jordi Luján and Carla Rodriguez. That first game, a comfortable one for Las Vegas Smash. And when it comes to end changes, normally the first game is just quick sip of water, back out again. You get 90 seconds, and at the end of a set, 2 minutes. So here you go, straight out. After that first game, players will switch ends. We'll continue with Las Vegas Smash, Toronto Polo Bears. And that slash out the net. Need to put those shots away. Luján. Good deep lob. Allows Cortilis and Perez to try and get to the net. Now just staying back there. Perez need to get forward alongside the doubles partner as soon as possible, otherwise that creates a huge gap like the one there, and they get punished. Well, suddenly we saw how they were not where they should have been, and the opponents capitalized straight away. Jordi Luján and Carla Rodriguez taking control over the point. If you're out of position, it's always difficult to battle back from there. And gets unfortunate there with the tape. Big kiss, but drops on their side of the court. 30-15. (40-15). Uses the two walls there, just allows it to come towards her. Sometimes when you're playing paddle, you kind of like run towards the ball, and you've got to change that chip. You sometimes allow it to come towards you. Oh, what a great shot. Superb backhand. So well disguised. Well, Luciana just drifting that backhand, single-handed, over the net, catching her opponent wrong-footed. Still, though, serving to tie it at 1-1 in the opening set. And that is a tame return, an unforced error. And we have a golden point. Now you can choose who receives. The team receiving gets to choose. Sometimes there is a captain on a team who does decide, or it could be you won the last point, or you just feel, you want to receive that serve. In the past, I have seen a few players argue over who's going to receive. But normally there is a player who does receive more than the other. And that was looking really tough, volley cross court. It wasn't an easy angle. Perhaps it would have been easier down the line. And we have 1-1 in this opening set. Helena serving. Cortiles. Drops right deep. Switches things around a little. Does really well as that ball hits the side fence. Cortiles, currently 166 in the world. Her best ranking was 28. Currently plays alongside another player we'll see in action here in New York, Brittany Vivians, which of course is, USA #1. He recently won a tournament in Spain, in La Nucia. And couldn't use that back glass to return it on this occasion. Cortiles. Was paired alongside Brittany in that victory in La Nucia. Won the FIP bronze final. 30. Cortiles. Seeing most of the shots here. This one to the Venezuelan Perez. Comes across Cortiles, couldn't put the volley away. Good gamble. Brilliant passing shots. In a couple of those already in the opening set. You kind of drift towards the centre. Need that gap. It's not an easy shot to execute. And Cortiles with that block volley into the net. Well, back-to-back games for Toronto Polar Bears, who lead 2-1 in this opening set. Earlier today we saw a win for San Diego Stingrays men's doubles, defeating Florida Goats. Just enjoying some highlights from the opening 3 games here on this second match taking place here in Brooklyn. We're at the Paddle House Greenpoint, one of 3 state-of-the-art centres here in New York, Brooklyn. Enjoying the PPL 2. And for those who want to tune in later to watch the PPL, Hammerstein Ballroom in New York, the inaugural event of 2026. Oh, what a brilliant drop shot. That was brilliant. The side spin that just takes it into the fence. Drop dead. Just cushion volley. The technique perfect. Oh, clever. Well disguised, the passing shot. With Elena Perez. Good start to this match. Long from Cortiles. And doesn't quite catch it properly. Seen a few mistakes now from Cortiles. A chance here for 3-1. Or are they going to consolidate the break from the previous service game? They lost the first game of the set. Looking to make it 3 on the trot. There isn't what she was hoping for there. Bit of a wild volley. Just opened the racket head way too much. Sent it sprawling wide. Straight into the side fence. Still 2 game points. Just seemed comfortable defending the smash. And it pays off. Juice. Oh, still a chance for 3-1. And it's going to be Luis Elena Perez who receives. Just in. And for the volley there on that occasion, Cortiles. That full stretch does really well. Lujan and Rodriguez trying to stay on top of this point. Can they get to the net again? They can. Lujan, Rodriguez, they're both there. Can they claim the point? It's a massive one for a 3-1 lead in the opening set. Great recovery. What a rally. Delightful lob. They opt to stay back. Great return. Well, the longest rally of this opening set. There'll be a big cheer for whoever wins this rally. 2-2 or 3-1. Can Toronto break back? And in the end, a sad end to the rally. Well, it's not a break. Just quickly had to grab a towel. And probably just count to 10. That's frustrating. They defended well throughout that rally. They missed perhaps a couple of opportunities. to try and control the net. And when you get those chances, you really have to go for the net. Now that was wide. You could just tell from the bounce. Now there are no umpires here, but all games being played in very good spirits. Lots of good values in paddle. Although, of course, when there is a lot at stake, sometimes the tension does rise a little. That one looked just wide, but it's in. There you go. 30-15. Much better from the Canadian team. They still lead, and they're doing well because they are the underdogs. They're being pegged back by the smash at 40-15. It's now 3-2, but they are doing well. They lead, and we saw an upset in the first game. It's important to try and take that first set. Then you've got a safety net. The pressure's off. Worst case scenario, you will go to a super tie break. Spaniard, 29 years old, has been in the top 30 in the world. Slightly taller doubles partner, Elena Perez from Venezuela, up against Jordi Luján and Carla Rodriguez. Well, Jordi, or Jordana, her full name. From Argentina, plays alongside Camila Ram Collar from Mexico. That's her normal doubles partner. Highest rank was in the top 200. Rank number 182. Is now just inside the top 300. Oh, lovely passing shot. There was a sitting duck, really, at the net. Toronto looking to consolidate the break. 3-0 up, 15-30 down. Started just over 2 hours ago with the first match. San Diego Stingrays, Florida Goats win for the Stingrays here midway through the first set. Las Vegas smash, Toronto Polo Bears. Toronto winning 3-2. They were love 30 down on their service game. They've come back from love 30, 3 straight points, and now serving for 4-2. Now, what would you be saying to your doubles partner there? The serve down the middle, or out wide, or straight at the player's body, and getting to the net. Johan and Carla Rodriguez. Well, look at that. They win the game, having trailed love 30. Bit of pressure on Cortiles and Luis Helena Perez. Luis Helena serving, wearing that cap at this far end. Cortiles. Good smash right into that corner. Pitched right into the corner. You're never too sure, is it going to hit the side glass or back glass, and which way it's going to come out. Even the best players struggle sometimes to anticipate correctly. It's going to go to one side or the other. And that just lacking power and a bit of conviction. And couldn't quite pick it out on this occasion. Well, Carla Rodriguez Sanchez, US, in the top 500. So definitely the underdogs here. Lead 4 games to 2. But it's 40 love for Las Vegas smash. Going out. Oh, dropped in just. And that's a great shot too, into the side fence. Gambles, and that was a good take. Well played, Ana Cortiles. On a couple of occasions, she's darted across and not hit the winner. On this occasion, she does. Takes the game. They are 4-3 down in this first set. They still have a break to the good. Toronto Polo Bears will be serving after this short break. Well, watching him, the second match on this court here at the Paddle House in Brooklyn. Las Vegas smash, represented by Ana Cortiles and Luis Helena Perez, taking this last service game. But they trail 4 games to 3 to the Toronto Polo Bears. Jordi Luján and Carla Rodriguez up and now serving for 5-3. Watching Padel here in the US, and then there'll be another tournament at the end of the season. The Cities Cups, which will be the final. In the past, it has been here in New York City. This season, the regular season starts here, but will end in Miami in December. Later on today, at the legendary Hammerstein Ballroom, the PPL will start on this 4-day event, 10th, 11th, 12th, and of course today the opening day. On day 2, more action by day 3. The teams that have qualified for Championship Day on the 12th of July. And also, there'll be players from the PPL 2 playing. So that's a good thing. That the idea is that these players will play in these regular season tournaments and qualify for the league's championship event, which is said to, well, will be held in Miami from December the 3rd to December the 6th. Now, the PPL 2 will have wildcard entrants that will compete in play-in matches at the Cities Cup against the teams 7th and 8th seeded of the PPL. Now, there are 10 franchises. The team finishing 9th and 10th failed to qualify. 7th and 8th will face a play-in against the 2 best teams from the PPL 2. So we will see the players play alongside one another in the events this year before that finale. That's unlucky there, Gordiles. Sometimes if it goes just below the fence, you win the point. Over, you win the point outright. Hit the fence, and in the end, sometimes they even scramble over the fence and behind the court. This time sat invitingly for the Toronto Polar Bears, who are 40-15 up, serving for 5-3. Seeing quite a few lobs. It's one of those shots you need to have. It's a key shot. One of the most important top 3, definitely, of shots in padel. Sometimes you do see lots of lobs go up. It's patient. It allows you to get back into position. Yes, it can be defensive, but also offensive. You can get to the net by using a well-executed lob. That's a scramble there. Unlucky on that occasion not to get it back into play. We're seeing a few unforced errors by Ana Cortiles, the Spaniard. Serving La 15. I'm waiting for the shot down the middle, which isn't a bad option. Shot down the middle reduces risk and can sometimes be a winner, because all you need is your teammate just to take that half step towards the centre. You kind of take a half step or pull out, and in the end that ball just sails past the both of you and you lose the point. We saw a couple of those in the early match here. Oh, that stings a little. I was quick to apologise, Cortiles. I think Wuhan is okay. good double-handed backhands from the corner. That's another superb drop shot. Excellent. The spin on that. And Helena really got off to a good start. She was quick off her feet, darted forward, but still unable to get it back over the net. And we have 3 set points. Well, congratulations to the underdogs. Toronto Polar Bears, Jordi Lujan and Carla Rodriguez have taken the first set 6-3 against Ana Cortiles and Luis Helena Perez. Oh, a quick break between sets. And in the previous game, we saw the team that lost the first set win the second set. Let's see what happens here. We had a super tie break, won by San Diego Stingrays against Florida Goats. Here, the pressure really on Las Vegas Smash, who no longer have a safety net, having lost that first set. Back after a short break. Don't go too far away. Second set will be commencing shortly here at the Paddle House in Brooklyn. Well, that was a very good first set. I'm sure they'll be delighted, Toronto, with that excellent net play. They've been good on defense. They've stayed in rallies. We've seen a few unforced errors, however, from Ana Cortiles and Luis Helena Perez, slightly more from the Spaniard. We're under pressure now to perform in this next set. You can see here the court from this excellent side view, and the coaches standing with the players. Now, you don't have much time between end changes. You get about 2 to 2.5 minutes. There is no umpire to call time, but more or less 2 to 2.5 minutes. And you'll be looking at fine-tuning certain aspects. Perhaps maybe looking to lean more on one player who might not be playing well. Try to see how to attack the net, what kind of approach shots have worked, what haven't, and also iron out any errors. That is so important. Do not gift your opponents easy points. Second set. A good winner. Well, they've been hitting the ball really well. It's not a fast court. We're seeing that. A long rally here. When you win a long rally, it means so much because, from a psychological aspect, you've battled away. Sometimes you've hung on a point, or you should have won that point outright, and suddenly, there you are, playing catch up. (30-15) becomes 40-15, and a chance here to break. But they were 30-love up in the game, which they lost. So they've not been at their best when in control of a game. But on this occasion, they do take the point, and they do take the game. Las Vegas smash. Good stretch, that's a difficult body down low. And there you go, suddenly pulled out of position. Why? Because you had to stretch for one ball. It's natural for your doubles partner just to step across it to cover the middle ground, and then caught out low to her right. Well, they have struggled. Just take that extra step and win games outright in that first set. Here they find themselves now, golden point. For them, it's their third break point. And there you go again. Another mistake. Another missed opportunity. But not just one. 3 missed opportunities to break their opponents. But it's the Toronto Polo Bears who take the opening game of the second set, and they lead, having taken that first set 6-4. Quick turnaround after just the first game. You had a quite long break between the first and start of the second set into the first set. 6-4, 1-love. Toronto Polo Bears lead the Las Vegas smash. Following this match, we'll have Mexico Waves, LA Beat, and the LA Padel Club, Houston Volts, for entertaining matches here from the Paddle House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn. Another 4 to look forward to on Friday. Scurries forward, does really well with Helena. And that was, oh, what a return! Just clips the tape. Excellent, such good defense on the back foot throughout the point. But they are working so hard to win each and every point, and that does take its toll on you, especially having lost that opening set. Very little margin for error. Get that side fence. One angle. Well, he's returned. Oh. Geordie there with a rather unorthodox shot that caught Helena Perez off guard. That kind of dry volley almost. Great passing shot. Superb. Into the net, that tame return. Oh, that's squeezed into the corner. That was very, very good. Return down the line. Slightly lifted volley. It's a comfortable height. Anything below the knee is difficult for opponents, because if it's below the height of the net, it means the shot has to come up over the net and not like a bajada. It gives them a chance to probably attack. Again, another good lob. Swept aside brilliantly. Covers the middle ground well, but leaves a huge gap. Scurries with Helena Perez. And that was slightly lazy. That was slightly lazy. Oh, 2-1. we're listening there to, bien chicas. Let's try and avoid the tiebreak. Let's do it in 2 sets. Here we are. If you're just joining us, watching PPL2 from the Paddle House in Brooklyn, Greenpoint. Earlier today we saw San Diego Stingrays defeat Florida Goats in a super tiebreak. Danny Diaz and Evo, and then Matten winning 6-2, 4-6, 10-8 against Miguel Briega and Vinny Di Francesco. We're watching now women's doubles. Las Vegas Smash against Toronto Polo Bears, and Toronto Polo Bears are leading 6-4, 2-1. Well, serving, it is the Las Vegas Smash, although the dot at top says it's the Polar Bears. Just working on that right now. It is the Smash serving, and it's 15-love. Oh, what a brilliant passing shot. Just open up the racket head slightly. Spotted the gap. No pace, power. Just guided over the net into the space. Too often, if you're moving from another racket sport, you kind of drill it past your opponent and you see the ball hit 2 walls, and then you find yourself having to defend and you've not won the point outright. Sometimes less power is much the better option of the two. So what's at stake for the winners? Well, of course, points, positioning in the ranking, a title perhaps also, bragging rights if you're friends with the people you're playing against, but of course that happens often. We've seen actual players play against their regular doubles partner in games at the PPL. Can be quite entertaining, plenty of banter. But also, I suppose, the goal has to be qualifying as a PPL2 team for the Cities Cup. It is a wild card entrant, but you can earn the right to be that wild card by finishing top of the standings. And then you will compete in play-in matches. So 2 clubs, 2 franchises will get the option to play against the 7th and 8th seeded teams. And there you'll be rubbing shoulders with the best players on the international circuit at that final event of 2026 in Miami on December the 3rd to December the 6th. So it starts on the 3rd all the way through to the championship day, the 6th of January. If you are based in the States and can or live there or live nearby or get the chance to travel there, do, because it's so much better to watch live, so much faster. You don't realise the pace the ball is travelling at when you're sat here. It's a great view, the view we have here from behind the court. But when you're there, that ball just flies from one side of the court to the other, and the game is played at such pace. You can appreciate the technique of the players much better if you're courtside or nearby. So next up, by the way, not saying this is going to end soon, we've got the Mexico Waves against the Beat. Oscar Matias Almada from Mexico plays alongside Maxi Montaño, compatriot, a few years younger at 23. Oscar is 32. They take on Jacobo Blanco, a veteran from Spain, and another player from Venezuela, compatriot of Luis Elena Perez, the player here at this near end with the cap there on that backhand side. So Estrada, Blanco, Montaño, Almada. The next men's doubles game here. That's a wonderful shot. Again, the angle, all about the angle, and using the pace of the shot that comes your way. Just about backtracking, just scoots up into the air. Just get the ball in play. Keep the point alive. That's sometimes all you can try and do. Hope for a mistake, maybe a chance to get forward, but that's a brilliant put away. So we've looked at the event at the end of the year. There are other events to look forward to. LA, Mexico, can't wait. It's going to be an excellent season again here for the PPL. I think it was going out. Well, that should have been a call from your doubles partner. The Geordie didn't say anything, so I just suppose that Carla thought it was going in. And it's out. Well, deja vu. Again, Las Vegas Smash have chances to win a game. 3 times they've been in 40-15 possession, and all 3 they have lost the game. Still have a chance though here. It is Toronto serving, not Las Vegas Smash, despite that yellow dot. And that's another well-watched, patient, got the shout. And it's going to be Luis Elena Perez to receive. She quickly raised her racket, signalling across to her opponents, Jordi Lujan and Carla Rodriguez, that she'll be receiving. Golden point for 4-2 or for 3-3. Gets the big hit, enough power. And again, they claw their way back from down 15-40 to win the game. 6-3, 4-2 they lead in the second set. Brilliant. Once again from the Toronto Polar Bears. Enjoying some of the big points we've seen so far in this second set. It's looking good right now for the team from Canada. Or the iconic Hammerstein Ballroom will be hosting the PPL, the same venue as the Cities Cup that we saw here in New York at the end of the last season. We're not too far away here in Brooklyn. In fact, this is also the venue used by the players to train ahead of the PPL events. So this is a great facility, one of several that Padel House actually has here in the US: Atlanta, Denver, Nashville, and 3 here in New York. Great double hand there. Gets the net. You can see the topspin. Ooh, got the angle all wrong there. It's Las Vegas Smash, by the way, who are serving. So that orange dot should be alongside the bottom 2 names. 15-all. So how do you set up if you're going to play paddle? Well, in a right-handed team where both players are right-handed, you should always put the stronger player on the left. Why? Because of course the backhand is up against the glass. It's a tough shot, but they're more likely to take the shots that go down the middle, and any shot down the middle would be on their forehand side. As for the play on the right-hand side, right-handed, the shots down the middle will be on your backhand side. So the stronger player often plays on the left. But that does change with a left-handed player. Now the left-handed player should automatically take the side so that both of you are hitting shots down the middle on your stronger side. So the left-handed player will be on the right-handed side. The forehand will be that shot down the middle, and the smashes also. And the same goes for the right-handed player. So it gives you a lot more when it comes to options for those shots that go down to middle. And there are plenty of shots that go down middle. That, for example. So you have the right-handed player on that left-handed side. Had you had a left-handed player on the right-handed side, that would have been a perfect height, and on the strong side also on the other player, so that just gives you an added advantage. – 5-2. Serving for a straight set win, the Toronto Polo Bears. Been excellent so far, Jordi Lujan and Carla Rodriguez. Well, the head's starting to drop, perhaps. Luis Elena Perez with the mistake. That's a good shot down the feet of the opponent. So difficult to try and pick up. When it's down low, you've got to bend. Well, the next match on this court was meant to be scheduled no earlier than 1 o'clock local time in the US. Well, we are approaching 1300 hours in the US. So straight after this game ends, it could be in a second set, or it could perhaps go to a super tie break. I would not rule it out. We had one earlier today. There'd be a quick turnaround. It'd be the turn of men's doubles, Mexico Waves, LA Beat Men. Those wondering, Mexico Waves used to be called Cancun Waves, so now representing the whole of America. Nice deep lob. Of course, with height, you've got to be careful with the roof. I mean, these roofs are really high. But if you're in trouble, a high lob does give you time for you and your doubles partner to get back into position if you are out of position. Another wonderful shot cross court. We've seen so many of those from Jordi Lujan, and she set up there her doubles partner. Two points, just 2 points away from victory. Are we going to see two minor upsets in the first two matches here at the Penna House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn? Oh, and that you can just see. That is some tired legs. Sometimes things haven't gone your way. Your mind plays tricks on you as well, because there have been 4 games that they have led by 40-15 or 15-40, serving or receiving, and they've lost all 4. Now having to face 2 match points. Now that should have been perhaps down the line, but was looking for a big ending. Now, you win the point, congratulations, but perhaps the best shot would have been just continuing the rally. They're already in a strong position. So gold on point. Chance to get forward, cuts across brilliantly, and that was excellent play. Really well played by Lujan. Steps across, hits the winner, and they've taken it in straight sets. 6-3, 6-2. Well, excellent congratulations to the Toronto Polar Bears. An excellent win in straight sets, which does help you get a few more points up on the board. You've not dropped a set, and that will put them in a good position. So win so far for the San Diego Stingrays, beating Florida Goats, and moments ago it finished 6-3, 6-2. Toronto Polar Bears beating Las Vegas Smash. And here, the key point. Just watch how cuts across brilliantly, takes the gamble, wins a point outright. And that is point, game, set, and match to the Toronto Polar Bears. Back shortly with more action here. We have another game coming up. Mexico Waves, LA Beat, men's doubles here from Brooklyn at the Padel House. Oh, if you can hear some chatting in the background, it's not us here. There are a few people standing alongside the camera as well, ask them to shift along. Just picking up on a little conversation. Double-handed backhand that is from tennis. You don't see many tennis shots, especially these driven forehands and backhands. The first two sets, and the game has been won by the Toronto Polo Bears. Johanan Rodriguez, excellent victory, beating the Las Vegas Smash. Of course, if you are tied in these rankings, it could come down to shortly. Turn of the Mexico Waves, LA Beat the men. Oh, gone to Pared. And that's a tough shot, that backhand. Especially when the ball's coming straight at you. You've got to somehow bend your wrist and use that momentum and just flick it onwards and upwards and away from your opponents. Now you should try and see this live when some players actually turn it into a backhand smash winner. Board 3, like going out of the side. Incredible. Well, just taking a breather, taking their time. In a great position in this match. Good deep lob. Cuts across that parry volley. Good volley is always one that goes behind the service line but doesn't bounce too high against the back wall. Toronto Polar Bears leading here. Took the first set convincingly. Looking to get the job done. A wayward lob. Just carried too far. Always a good shot from the back, the lob. You could also, depends which way you're facing of course, utilize the back wall for retrieval, and also it can be quite strategic as well, kind of effect and spin it does get when you hit the ball off the back wall. Brilliant drop shot, again so tough when it goes up against that fence. You can always angle it towards the cage. It is such a good option. Very difficult to hit a good return from that kind of position when you can't swing your racket head properly. You can't go back far enough, you can't finish over your shoulder. It's always a tough one to do. And yeah, sometimes it can be quite painful when your hand goes up against, and you can graze your hand, you can even suffer a cut. You go up against the fence. Lob, that's deep. And that's an excellent shot by Luis Elena Perez. Darted forward and was there to hit the winner. Now if you stay back and wait for the shot to happen, there's no chance you can get forward in time. Now of course if you do take that gamble and the shot is back into your side of the court, it's deeper, it's the lob, or even a fake smash, there's not much you can do. Just hope your doubles partner can get across in time. But we're seeing some really good tactical paddle from these four players. And is still very much alive. Las Vegas Smash taking this game. Not yet there, Toronto Polar Bears. Or are we going to see some late drama here also, like we saw in the first match? They did seem down and out when they switched ends. But suddenly, things are looking quite good for the Smash. 5-4 down. Drifts just in. And they're playing really well in this second set. And you could say momentum could be with the Las Vegas Smash. There you go. Commentator's curse. And in the end, they just went down gradually. You can see on the nearby courts, the players up next are warming up. Mexico Waves, LA Beat, men's doubles will follow this game here. Going to defend here. Toronto gets a bit of a lucky kiss off the net. And that's a brilliant lob. Look at that, tucked in alongside the glass. Did well. For them to get it back in play and not gift your opponent an easy shot. And in the end, getting each other's way again. Is communication starting to break down? Well, that is a war cry. Tremendous. confidence is sky high. Morale also sky high. Can they complete the turnaround? Brilliant little drop shot again. Deft net play. Just lost track of the ball there in the corner. Now who is going to receive? It's going to be Carla Rodriguez. Trying to stay near the net, Toronto. Within touching distance. And there it is. Finally the winner. It went down to a golden point. Incredible. Well, this game almost going to super tie break. Outstanding play from both Las Vegas Smash, who in that second set suddenly bounced back after being 5-2 down. And the Toronto Polar Bears, well, in the end, they won 4 games. They were 15-40 down, or 40-15 down, and some key golden points. So they take the win as we enjoy some highlights from this second match here. Now shortly, already warming up on the court next door, we've got the Mexico Waves and LA Beat men's doubles. And I'll be starting almost straight away. So don't go too far away. Looking forward to more action here from Brooklyn at the Paddle House. And welcome back here to Paddle House, Greenpoint, Brooklyn, for our third game, day one it is, of the PPL 2 here from the States. Mexico Waves against Los Angeles Beat. We have men's doubles coming up. Oscar Matias and Maxi Montaño, two players from Mexico. Matias, the taller of the two, big hitter, 32 years old, his doubles partner, 23, Maximiliano, or Maxi, as he likes to be called. And they take on the Los Angeles Beat. Jacobo Blanco, Luis Estrada. Blanco, veteran, 40 years old. Estrada from Venezuela, age 27. So we've seen the warm-up. Normally ends with smashes, just like in tennis. And then the final words from their coaches and teammates. And then it'll be the turn of Matias and Montaño and Blanco and Estrada to step out onto this court here at the Paddle House in Greenpoint. Now, stateside, it is just gone 1:30. 1:30 local time in the afternoon. Now in 3.5 hours, the PPL 1 will start. New York Atlantic, San Diego Stingrays, followed by the men's doubles, a double matchup. In the evening session, no earlier than 8 o'clock local time in New York, DC Matrix, Las Vegas Smash. But here we are for the Mexico Waves, Los Angeles Beat, underway in our third game here. Wins so far for the Toronto Polo Bears. Women's doubles in straight sets. In our first game of men's doubles, Danny Diaz and Ivo and then Matin winning for the San Diego Stingrays against Florida Goats. Paddle here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and of course on Sunday. Another 4 good games to look forward to tomorrow. Big hit winner. Looking forward to seeing the Mexico pairing in action. Matias on the backhand side. Oh, brilliant put away. Really well angled into that corner. And an early game there. Quick. Blanco and Estrada. Oh, there's a quick turnaround. Oh, Matias. Alamada. Serving. Now, sometimes, if you are the deepest player, if you allow that to hit the glass wall, it's difficult because the ball's coming at you. You actually have to pull the racket out of the way. It hits the back glass, comes forward, and might give your doubles partner the opportunity, if he's at the net, to actually make something out of the point. Oh, brilliant down the middle. Keep saying this, I will never stop saying it. Those shots down the middle. Always aim the vast majority of shots. It reduces risk and more often than not catches your opponents out, because there's always that split second when you kind of see your doubles partner take or move across and then you don't move across, and then they see you kind of stop, and in the end neither, or sometimes both players go for the same ball and you still win the point because they clash. Quick, clean service game so far. 40 love. If you're wondering what ALM stands for, it's Almada. Oscar Almada Matias and Maxi Montaño, Jacobo Blanco and Luis Estrada. Two players playing for the Beat in those white jerseys and shorts at the far end. Delightful little approach shot down the middle. Trying to get forward. Mexico Waves renamed the side that performed really well last season. Cancun Waves. And it's 1-1. So do remember to stay tuned for the final game here. And after that final game, you've got time perhaps for a quick bite to eat before watching the PPL 1 from the Hammerstein Ballroom in Manhattan. Tucked away. No chance there for Jacobo. One of the veterans on this circuit. 40 years old. So watching this, what kind of shots do you need to mastermind first? Where would you focus if you're going to have classes, your first few classes? Of course, the coach will tell you. But if you're playing with friends, colleagues from work, the lob. Count the number of lobs you see in padel. Now the serve, of course, is important. It's not that difficult to mastermind. but the lob, the bajada, bandeja, and the smash. Lob, counter lob, and they come away with a point. Perhaps they shouldn't have won. And that's a brilliant smash. Poor 3 because it hit the back wall and went over the side wall, which is 3 meters high. We have 2 break point opportunities for the team from Mexico, the Mexico Waves. Really good backhand off the wall, big smash, and it carries. Really good hit under pressure, but still it's juice. It's a golden point. Still an opportunity for Mexico Waves to break Los Angeles beat. So we've talked about the shots you want to mastermind, the kind of shots you want to pick up if you want to be playing this game. The bandeja, that shot that looks like you're carrying a tray and lowering slowly the tray. The víbora, which is similar in technique to the bandeja, but much more powerful, hit with a bit more spin. Those bajadas, those shots that have a high bounce off the back wall, and then you bring it down with an overhand hit. I mean, there are so many other shots that you could focus on, but some of them do take some time to master. I think the toughest is the salida, and we saw 3 of those in the previous match, when a player races out through this archway to keep the rally alive. Now, the best shot, depending on where the ball is, you can either hit a really high lob, give you time to get back on, or a winner through that door into the net on the opponent's side, or back out through the other door, which we saw earlier. We're just seeing some of the stats from the players here. Maxi Montaño, 23 years old. His doubles partner, Oscar Almado Matias, also from Mexico, 32. The veteran, Jacobo Blanco. And Luis Estrada, his doubles partner, the player from Venezuela. (27 years old). Plays on the backhand side with Jacobo on drive. Great little tucked-in volley. Look at that. The backhand against the glass, but they're impossible to stay in the point. But again, that all came about after a smash by Matthias. That wasn't the best. Didn't kill the point out right and made to pay for it. Gotta be careful not to hit the net with your racket or yourself. You can hurdle the net. As long as you don't touch it, you can end up on the opposite side of the court. That's actually okay. Brilliant tracking forward, but then again, straight at the body. I mean, there was no intent there to do anything apart from just win the point outright. But those body shots are so difficult to return. When the ball's straight at you, you have to try and readjust, and sometimes you just don't have time or any way of getting out the way of the ball. Well, good start by the Beat. They lost the opening service game. But now they find themselves 15-40 up. Matthias serving. They've really struggled to taking that first game, Mexico Waves, to get to the net and stay there. Well, they've been broken, and LA Beat have taken a 3-1 lead in this opening set. Well, that wasn't a bad idea. You could see here, perfect, this angle we have behind the court. He was trying to do, just tuck it away into that corner. And we heard the thump as the ball went straight into the back glass. Now it's important when things aren't going right, you go back to basics. Just keep rallies alive. You still need to, if you have the chance, win the point. Win the point. Go for it. Just cut out the errors. Oh, that's a great pickup. But nothing they could do on that occasion. I mean, they're being drawn left, right and centre, Mexico Waves. Surprising first set so far. Jacobo, Blanco and Luis Estrada have been playing very well indeed. Great angles here on the numerous cameras we have at our disposal. On that occasion, though, misses an opportunity earlier to win the point outright, and that was a mistake. Not seen too many from Blanco or Estrada for that matter in this opening set. 30-all. Brilliant. Jacobo Blanco. 40-30. Jacobo Blanco here with the serve. Only recently turned 40, so I'm sure he'd like to keep going. His birthday was back in May. Oh, heard the yes, the shout here. Some team members, you can actually see the reflection off the screen. I just sat on these sofas here at the far end, enjoying this paddle, because it's 4-1 to LA beat. Comfortable so far. We're counting down to the start of the PPL, the first proper event of the year. New York, the venue, Hammerstein Ballroom, which hosted the Cities Cup last season, the season finale. That'll be where the competition starts this season. 3 good events to look forward to. Now for full programming, profiles, information on players, tournaments, tickets, do please log on to the Pro Padel League website, propadelleague.com. There you can find out all the information. If you want, you can check to see the night session, for example, later on today. It will start at 5 o'clock local time here in the US. We are approaching 2 o'clock, so in 3 hours. And hopefully this would have ended just before the next session starts, with the New York Atlantics against San Diego Stingrays, men and women's. The women's will be starting, followed by DC Matrix, Las Vegas Smash. Again, women's first, and the men's doubles. Here, 4-1. Good start by the LA beat. Jacobo Blanco, Luis Estrada. Lead, Oscar Matias and Maxi Montaño. Montaño to serve. They won the first game of the set, and then have lost the next 4. So we've been looking at some of the shots, but why would you pick up paddle? I mean, I know there are lots of alternatives out there, other racket sports, but there is something about paddle. If you just give it a chance, you know, go and play. find a local club, paddle house, courts in Atlanta, in Denver, Nashville, and 3 clubs here also in New York. Other clubs also around the US. Give it a go. It's great exercise, number one. Good banter, it's fun, and the chance to progress relatively quickly. I would say faster than in other racket sports. For example, tennis. I mean, shares a lot of similarities with tennis, of course. I mean, apart from the point system, serving cross court, tie break. But a lot of the shots you use are different. Those heavy passing shots with plenty of topspin aren't the best because they just bounce up against that back glass and then back towards the players at the net. Great reaction there, letting the ball through his legs. Quick thinking there by Matthias. This is an excellent rally here. It's a big one too. Doesn't clear the fence. And that's a really good winner. That was almost a decoy run by Montano. They kind of fooled both Estrada and Blanco. They weren't too sure who was going to take that shot on. Still. Game point. Good to get another one up on that scoreboard after winning the first game, and they do. 4-2. Still though, they need to break Mexico waves. They are 1 break down in this opening set. The turn of LA Beat to serve. They take their time. They do take their time, don't they? The Mexican pairing. They do like to chat between points and games. Paddle's here to stay, okay? So we know that. I mean, it blends quite a few racket sports. I mean, but the entertainment value is so good, which is why in Europe, it's you know, they're springing up all over the place, clubs and courts. It had like a second coming in Spain after coming here back in the 80s, 90s, kind of faded for a few years, and it was almost like 2 steps back to then launch even further forward. It's booming again here in Spain, and we're starting to see something similar in the US. And the PPL, with this investment in PPL2, is now helping other players, young players, a mix of veterans as well, where the younger players can learn from, to also play at a very, very high level. I mean, the aim, or one of the aims, is of course to expand the sport, reach out to many people, get more airtime, generate more interest, get more players, more followers, but also looking to generate more players, younger players, who could one day compete at the highest level. It's not too different what Spain did when Argentina and even players from Brazil dominated the international paddle scene. You now look at the top players in the world, and there are more Spanish players in the top 50, men and women, than players from Argentina. It's tight. It just goes to show that over a period of time, you might take a few years to get there, but you need to start. So it's good to see the PPL with this initiative to get this PPL2 up and running. 40-30. You sometimes see that you bounce into the back wall to almost get momentum to bounce back out again, and also you just physically can't stop yourself. But they're made out of stern stuff, because these are, like, big players, strong players that build up some steam, some power, and they just bounce back off those side walls. You wouldn't bounce back from that cage, trust me. 5-2. LA beat Jacobo Blanco, Luis Estrada. Lead Oscar Matias and Maxi Montaño. Plenty of work to do for the Mexican pairing. So the Mexican Waves find themselves trailing in this opening set to the Los Angeles Beat. Earlier today we had wins for the Toronto Polar Bears in straight sets, and also for the San Diego Stingrays. That match going to a super tiebreak. Danny Diaz and Ivo and in Matten beating Briega and Di Francesco 6-2, 4-6, 10-8 here at the Paddle House Greenpoint in Brooklyn. Players out now for... Normally you get the players who are leading come out first, so no surprise to see the two players defending the jersey of Los Angeles Beat out first, Blanco and Estrada. Now they need to hold on to their service game. Mexico Waves break their opponents and hold on to their next service game to tie things here 5-5. Always tough when you put a bend low and that ball literally is just skimming above the surface after the first bounce. More often than not, you kind of strike the surface, the court, with your racket. Same as when the ball is up tight against those side fences. Really clever idea that. Quite often you kind of drift towards the centre, and then it's a tough shot because there's not much room for error. It's always easier to bang shots down the middle if possible. Bit of pressure on the Mexico Waves. Seeing lots of strategic gameplay here, where strategic thinking is more important than I would say in many other racket sports. Of course, you need to plan and use tactics, but with those walls to the side and at the back, and the nature of the walls, the mix of a fence and glass, just adds a bit of a unique twist to paddle. That's a really good return there. Wasn't easy, and again down at the feet. Still set point, but also a chance of 5-3. Golden point here. It's a very good backhand return after what was a good serve down the middle. Good depth from that lob. That was cleverly done. Took all the pace out of the shot. There was no need. And at the body. And there, on that occasion, Juan Daniel unable to dig it back across the court. And there we go, 6-2 in the first set. Well played, LA beat. They lead here. Green Point, the venue, Paddle House, Brooklyn. Shortly, the second set. And then, should it end in 2 sets, it will be time for the next game, the final game of the slate. Miami Paddle Club, Houston Volts women's doubles. And then you can switch quickly across in English or Spanish and catch the PPL from the Hammerstein Ballroom. That will be starting in not very long indeed, just 3 hours. So how are they going to bounce back now, Mexico Waves? Will they try and be a bit more attacking? Maybe try and get to that net? It's something they've got to try and do. They need to change things around. They were on the back foot during the opening set, 6-2. And also, LEB didn't really struggle on their service games. Ooh. You don't want to see that one again. A wild swipe. Just nets that volley. Now you can see here, this is like the Australian tennis formation, so you're always on the same side. Two really good pickups and a third. Clear. Well, got to where he needed to be. Not easy. Looking for the salida. Oh no, I didn't even see that one clear the net. I don't think it was just me. And carries over. If LA Beat can just keep this up, 2 sets, drop very few games, that would be good for their difference. Games won, games lost. Second serve, Jacobo Blanco. Just in, good depth on that shot by Matias. Really good rally. Scrambling back again, goes to the lob. No depth on it this time, so scramble back once again. And you just heard the pain. It wasn't a tough shot. Oscar Matias, a limp volley. Great reflexes again. Blanco. Estrada. Shot. And what a backhand. And then the winner. Really well played. Really well played. Again, by Los Angeles Beat. It was all about that single-handed backhand passing shot, and then you've got to follow that up by getting to the net. That was that unfortunate net call. Impossible that for Estrada. That was the missed volley. And there's the passing shot, and look where he needs to be. There. If you stay back, you're not on top of the point. That was a really good chance to get to the net and capitalise. There was Jacobo Blanco hitting the winner. And what kind of smashes could you try and do? There's the smash down the line. That's a good option. Sometimes they call it a ramate, which is the smash or overhead shot. But what other ones can you have? The amago, which is the fake smash, a deceptive shot. El gancho, which is a hook shot, which is an overhead shot used to buy time. So it's like it's not quite a fake smash. And then you have other ones like el rulo, which is basically like a rollover shot. I mean, there are lots of shots. And paddle effects. Look at that, for example. It's a bit too cocky, maybe, from Jacobo. Backhand off the back glass. That was all because of a really good serve. That was the serve. All about the serve. Gifting Matias the chance to cut across and put away the volley. And again, brilliant service game. Just sped through that one to love. after winning a love service game. Really do need to try and break back Mexico waves. And wrong footing superbly. Luis Estrada just changed at the last moment by dipping the racket head, tilting it to one side, just punching the volley into the corner. Oh, there's definitely a skip in the step of the Mexico waves in this second set. Uses the cage well, Blanco. Oh, allowed it to drop, you could see that. You watch that one again. The ball just dropped too low. And we're seeing a few errors there, Matias, and we're just seeing his doubles partner, Maxi Montano, just go across, punch on the chest as if, come on, you can do this. Oh, you've got to keep your doubles partner as positive as possible. The worst thing you can do is blame or criticize them if they're going through a rough patch. That will just probably extend that rough patch even longer, and the player will make just more mistakes. That was a really good body. Look at the racket there, up against the body, just got the shot away. And in the end, manages to take the game 2-1. LA beat. Oh, again, the team winning the first out onto the court. They want to get this done and dusted as soon as possible, hopefully in 2 sets. Los Angeles beat Jacobo Blanco, Luis Estrada, lead 6-2, 2-1. Wonder if Oscar Matias, who's out on the court now, has had time just to chat with the coach. And also, the word isn't calm down, but just regroup, I think. He's a very good player. But in the last 3 games has made at least 4 unforced errors. Good reaction there after a poor shot by Estrada, covered well. Oh, that's a shame. Covered really well, Jacobo. And then just took a bit of a swipe at probably the easiest shot of the rally. Well, just, he couldn't do much more, could he really, Oscar Matias? Just too long with that serve. If you can tuck that in right in the corner there, and it goes up against the glass, it makes for a really tough shot. To look at that. Now, you might think that's luck, but Matias was aiming for stanchion, the pole. Very difficult to execute, but when it comes from there, it comes off at a really random angle, normally straight, sometimes can even come back on itself. Chancletazo, favourite shot, or word at least. I mentioned it earlier. If you weren't watching, it's okay. You imagine you've got a sandal in one hand and you just take a swat at something, side on, smack. Oh, that what a chancletazo is, exactly that. Instead of a flip flop, you're using a racket. It's that same kind of swipe. 2-2. Two really good service games by the Mexico Waves. Great punch volley. Picked his spot really well, Jacobo. Goes long with the lob. Really good hit. Now, took a gamble, and that's probably the right thing to do there by Montano. If it goes out, I'm there. But it just scurried along the cage. 30-15. Blanco serving. (40-15). So if you're watching for the first time, I hope you're keeping a list of things to try and do when you get out onto that paddle court. Now the idea is to make as few mistakes, silly mistakes as possible. Sometimes you're under pressure. I wouldn't call those unforced errors, but just taking those wild swipes or trying to hit winners from near on impossible positions. Shot selection, so important. Great volley, really clever there from Estrada. Caught Montano wrong-footed, and they've taken game 5. 3-2 they lead. In this second set, we go back to that list after a short break. every single time they've been the first players out onto the court. Don't know if they've got maybe dinner plans or they want to watch the PPL. That will start shortly. Not at this venue, not too far away from Brooklyn. So if you are watching from home, do please try and tune in. It's definitely worth watching. Three-two down. Shot down the line. Looking to sometimes catch your opponent taking that step towards the centre, which is very common indeed. Matias and Montaño. They always seem to come out after that little talk with the coach, with their ideas clear. Good block volley, plenty of slice. Right, lob. Well, the last two service games have been very comfortable. They've dropped just 1 point, the Mexican Waves, so the Mexico Waves take another easy service game. They keep this up, we're headed for a tie-break at the very least. Well, returns the favour. We only had two of those so far. Jacobo, first one he's found. Watching Pro Padel League II here from Greenpoint Paddle House in Brooklyn. Superb venue. Alongside this court, we've got other players taking part. Some in the late game. Miami Paddle Club Houston Bolts women's doubles up next, but also we saw some players warming up for the PPL1 event. They use this facility here and the training courts during the day. Important, really important point. That was 30-all. Now a chance to tie the second set. Pick up by Matias, and that was a really good shot deep into the corner. And Montaño scrambling, and now we have a golden point. This is huge, a chance to break for Los Angeles Beat. Who is going to choose to receive? It looks like it's going to be Luis Estrada on the backhand side. And they couldn't break. 3-3 it is in the second set. At stake pride, at stake points, at stake a title, and also the PPL2 players who are competing along side PPL in this regular season. They will also, after the event here, LA Playa Carmen, have the chance of qualifying for the Cities Cup. It will be held in Miami. And at the conclusion of the regular season, the top 2 men's pairings and women's pairings will qualify as wild card entrants. And they will take part in a play-in, winner takes all matches against the 7th and 8th seeded teams. And you win, you qualify for the quarterfinals of the Cities Cup. There are 10 franchises, 8 make it through, 2 fall out, 2 fail to qualify. But of the 8, unlike the previous years, the teams 7th and 8th have only qualified for the play-in. They still need to win another match before qualifying for the quarter-final. That makes it extra interesting, and also something to aim for these players in this PPL 2 circuit. Bit of mopping up the sweat. Makes a big difference, because if that glass is wet, the ball can just slide off, bounces very differently also. Scurries forward. Couldn't get there. Could, but couldn't keep it in play. That's a good service game. Their first one to love since early in the first set. 4-3. LEB lead in the second set. Also 1 set to the good. Serving after 3 very good service games. The last one, true, they won after being pushed the full distance. They've won a couple of service games to love, one dropping just to 1 point. So we are seeing the Mexican side, after a slow start when they won the first game of the first set, then lost 4 in a row, start playing significantly better. And a really good bajada. That is a perfect bajada. Arrowed it down the center. As soon as it kissed the back glass, it just died. Oh, brilliant. The anticipation. And that is such a tough shot to master. That backhand quick flick of the wrist. Down and over. Ooh. 30-all. They faced a 30-all in their previous service game. Well, that was an easy shot. But that came about because of a poor shot selection. Mexico Waves there. The smash wasn't good, and it just set up invitingly for Jacobo. But because he anticipated, he went to the net, and from there, you're going to win the point. Now, an option could have been a fake smash with both players further forward. That could have worked. 2 break points. Really well played, really well played. They salvage one, they still have to face another. Who's going to receive? It's going to be Jacobo Blanco this time. Last time it was Luis Estrada on the backhand side. Wow, what a winner. That backhand, superb. And they salvage those 2 break points to tie it at 4-4. Well played, Mexico Waves. Looks for the cage. Has to bend down low. Estrada doesn't want to be forced back, does he? Back well, Matias. There's not enough on that. Oh, there was just enough. Only just. Got caught up on the doorway. Unfortunate that for Maxi Montaño. Boom! Big winner again. Becomes mentally tough when you really struggle now to win points on your opponent's service games, and you're battling to win points on yours. And that happened again here with a love service game. It's 5-4 to the LA Beats. They've just breezed through their last 2 service games. They'll be coming out, I suppose, the first on the court again to try and claim it in 2 sets. As for the Mexico Waves, well, they hang on to their service game. We'll have a 5-5 and we keep on playing. Oh, there you go. Out they are again. They want to get this underway. They lead 5-4. Los Angeles beat. But we've seen glimpses in this second set of just how good Mexico Waves can be. Now, they have struggled in the last two service games. They only dropped 1 point in the previous two service games. Let's see what version we'll see now in this do-or-die game for Matias and Montaño. Love. I'm a huge fan of that camera. Oh, great work from the director just at the right time. Get a great close-up view of how you need to lower the whole body, get down low, below the ball if possible. Get down really low again there, Estrada. And long from Luis Estrada. 40 love. Chance of 5-5. Really good service game. 5-5. Excellent how they pressed and pushed. And playing without a safety net. They've been playing very well in this second set. Again, a big fan of this camera angle. Oh, just clears the net. That was a lovely shot. I don't know why he's apologising. Now, is he saying he thought it was out? Well, this is... the LA Beat haven't appealed or complained. This is actually the man who won the point, Oscar Matias, saying, I don't know if it was in or out or not. Really honest of him. (30-15). Good deep lob. 30-all. Matias scoops it in but doesn't get enough height on the lob. But still, they are in this set. Don't go too far away. 6-5. 6-5, LA beat lead in the second set. 6-2 in the first set. Comfortable. There have been quite a few golden points. They missed a couple of good opportunities to break late in that second set. Credit, though, to how the Mexico Waves have dug in there. Still alive and kicking, still very much in this third match. Wins earlier today for the San Diego Stingrays against the Flowrider Goats. Las Vegas Smash beaten by Toronto Polar Bears in the women's doubles. Brilliant. Down the middle by Jacobo. Oh, took a gamble. Not happy, Matias. Montano racing forward. And in the end, left a big, big gap. Love 15. What a great return that. That was such a good approach shot. That single-handed backhand return was superb. Love 30, just two points away from claiming victory. Los Angeles beat. Bro, that's unlucky. There were two tough shots. Did well, Luis Estrada, to get the first one back. 30. All. Wants that same ball, doesn't he? I would too. Let's see if it brings Maxi luck. Quick chat with Matias. 2 points away from a tie break. 2 points away from game over. Oscar Matias. Good first serve. Brilliant. Great recovery from Estrada. Did so well. Oh! What a brilliant backhand. What a point. That is the best point, I would say, of the day. Incredible by both sets of players. 2 match points for Los Angeles beat. Jacobo Blanco, Luis Estrada. Well, there you go. Somehow, they just keep staying in this. I mean, they've done this time and time again. They've been facing break point, golden point, break point, and yet they are still here. Now, this is the biggest point from a tie break to losing, from winning to a tie break. What's it going to be? Good deep serve, Matias. Estrada dings it back up, lets it fly by. Chance to come forward. And the net. That has to be the one mistake by Jacobo Blanco. And we will get a second set tie break here. Quick turnaround before the tie break. I don't think these guys want to actually leave the court. Look at them. They're angered. No wonder. They had 2 match points. 2. And they failed to take either. And through the glass, you're telling him what to do, the coach. Great play here. Been thoroughly enjoying this tiebreak. 4-2 first to 7. Need to win by 2 clear points, or otherwise we just keep on going. And who knows, we could have a super tiebreak after a tiebreak. Now, for that to happen, the Mexican Waves would need to win this tiebreak. Oh, looking for the drop shot. Didn't quite get it right on that occasion. You can just see, argue with himself, Maxi Montano. 2 points away, well, they were 2 points away. And then they had 2 match points earlier in this set. Los Angeles beat Surely they win this point. 6-2. They can't throw it away from here. Well played, Matthias. Excellent, the salida. And winning the point outright. Just a smash into the net on his opponent's side of the court. Great footwork and anticipation there from Oscar Matthias. That's going to come up well short. And we have 6-3. They've already had 2 match points. This is their 3rd. Estrada, great reflexes and a great return, even better. Maxi Montano. They've now saved 3 match points, 1 in the tiebreak and 2 in the previous service game. And they were 6-5 down, but they still need to defend this point and then another match point at 6-5. And that's now 4 match points. Match point number 5, but it's on their serve. Good deep lob there from Estrada. Oh, what a shame. Just lost the grip of the racket. It just slipped out of his grasp. Oh no. Maxi Montano there seemed to have an easy volley and it just slipped out of his grasp. What a tough way to lose after fighting back, facing 6 match points. And in the end, the LA Beat just claiming that 2nd set tie-break. So a straight set, hard-fought win for the LA Beat. Jacobo Blanco, Luis Estrada seeing off Oscar Matthias and Maxi Montano in a dramatic 2nd set tie-break. So wins now for the San Diego Stingrays, Toronto Polar Bears, LA Beat, and now it'll be the turn of the Houston Volts and Miami Padel Club in the final women's doubles game. Some of the highlights here. Congratulations to the LA Beat. Do join us shortly for the women's doubles, the final scratch, the final match on the opening day here of the PPL2 here at this great paddle house venue, Greenpoint in Brooklyn. Shortly, Miami Padel Club, Houston Volts. Hello, welcome back here to some of the best paddle you can see right now anywhere in the world. It's the Paddle House here in Brooklyn, Greenpoint, with the PPL 2, and shortly we will see the PPL commence not too far from where we are, based in Brooklyn. So many games to look forward to. You have the PPL 2, which is in its inaugural season here in North America, and of course the already established PPL, which has been going strong for a few years, getting better each and every campaign. So a new season for the PPL, and here we're watching teams from the PPL 2 competing. Well, the aim, of course, is to make it through to Sunday, to the final, claim a title or two if you can this season. Take part in the event here in New York, Los Angeles. Coming up also Guadalajara, and then you've got Playa del Carmen. And if you are first or second, men's and women's, you would qualify for a play-in at the PPL Cities Cup to be held in Miami. In this final session, Miami Paddle Club, Marta Morga, USA, Brittany Dubbins, USA, taking on the Houston Volts, Sofia Adamovich, Renata Martinez from Mexico. Our favourites clearly Miami. Brittany is USA #1. But they are up against two very young, talented players, and that's a good shot there. 19-year-old Renata Martinez hit that winner, and Sofia on the drive side. With strength, coming back over to the side of the court. 30-15. Good recovery there, Sofia. That was a tough one, straight at Renata Martinez. Oh, Brittany. Recently won an event in Spain at La Nucia, which is a town in the Valencia region on the east coast. Played alongside Ana Cortiles. It was a very good final. They lost the first set before coming back to win 2 sets to 1. Well, we have a golden point in the first game. That was a really good serve. And in the end, an inviting lob that fell short. And a good put away. First game won by Miami Padel Club. For Miami, you've got Alvaro Melendez and Ortiz, Jose Antonio Garcia, Lucia Martinez, Brittany, and Marta. Well, the players who make up that Miami Padel Club roster. And as for the Houston Volts, Alberto Garcia Trabanco, Ariadna Canalles, Carla Fernández, Guillermo Collado, Facundo López, María Eugenia, Paul Hernández, Ramiro Valenzuela, Marta Barrera, Sofía Hermovich, and Renata Martinez. Plenty of depth on the Houston Volts roster. They often go, though, for young, talented players. It has worked quite well for them in the past. Brilliant winner. Renata's best rank was 139 in the world, and she's still very young, just 19. Clever volley there from Brittany. No, they've not come into this, have they? Thinking they are the underdogs. Took the first game to a golden point. Just land that ball to drop slightly too late on that occasion. Renata Martinez. Facing 2 break points, Houston Volts. And we go to another golden point. Well, that's unfortunate. It could easily be 2-0 the other way. 2 golden points, both won by the more experienced pairing. 31-year-old Marta Morga, 34-year-old Brittany. up against teenager Renata, 19, and 20-year-old Sofia. $15 love. Great punch volley there from Sofia. Watching PPL 2 final game. There were 4 on the slate today, and Sofia just casually hitting it into the net. Oh, we might not see a golden point in this third service game. Good angle on that volley from Renata. One of the best teenagers right now on that Mexican circuit. And in the end, the mistake there by Sofia Adamovic, and 3 games to love. 2 of those games, though, slightly flattering the current score, because 2 went to a golden point. So 3-0. Miami Padel Club lead Houston Volts. Marta Morga playing well alongside the best women's American player right now, Brittany. Marta herself ranked 4th in the US. As for Brittany, we've seen her on rosters last few years in the PPL. She is currently ranked number 83 in the world, which is her highest ever rank, and that is in large part thanks to that victory in La Nucia earlier in the week. It's been a very successful season, winning the bronze in Miami, Hamburg, Palermo, then semi-finals in Astorga before winning it again in La Nucia. So shooting up the ranking this last year, Brittany Dobbins. Goes slightly long. Sofia with the smash. And this time, an unforced error. Miami Padel Club. Haven't seen too many of those in this opening set. And for those looking ahead or wondering about the PPL, the main event, have the lineups for you. So, this Thursday, July the 9th. New York Atlantics against San Diego Stingrays. Men and women's. We'll start with Veronica Birceda, Claudia Jensen, taking on Sofia Saiz and Marta Talaban, followed by José de Sánchez, Maxi Sánchez, they're related, Martinez, Javi Martinez, and Nacho Villarriño. Those games will be followed by DC Matrix, Las Vegas Smash, Sofía Araujo, Rina Guinart, take on Raquel, Eugenio and Jimena Velasco. And in the men's doubles, Agustín Torre, Guille Gigas against Valentino Libac, Alex Arroyo. What a great partnership, Arroyo and Libac. At least on paper, definitely one of the doubles teams to beat. 30-all. Those wondering when that starts, it's 5 o'clock local time here in New York, which is 2300 hours Central European summertime, or 2200 hours GMT. And another big winner there, uses her height and power, Brittany. And we've got our third golden point in just 4 games. Oh, brilliant play. Gets down low, Brittany. That was a great recovery by Marta Morga. And in the end, it's another shot into the net. It's another mistake. They seemed on top of that point, and they've now lost 3 out of 3 golden points. Houston Volts. It's been really tough on these 2 youngsters. Weak volley into the net. Chance to get forward. Just gets caught up in the fence. That's really unlucky, and then hits the roof. That's the first shot I think we've seen today that's catching on onto the ceiling here at this Padel House Greenpoint in Brooklyn. Always good when you get a call from your doubles partner. We can clearly hear Brittany the whole time speaking to Marta, telling her exactly where the opponents are standing. Are they back? Are they coming forward? Are they at the net already? And Brittany with another winner. And a chance here for a 5-love. Flattering scoreline. But they've won the big points so far. And now serving for 5-love in this opening set. Well, that was a bit of a mistake there by Marta. She wasn't well positioned, slightly unorthodox where she was holding the racket. Would have been easier for Brittany. But these two have been playing very well together. Takes over. It's a really well played shot. And again, Marta just taking her eye off the ball. Another golden point. Second serve. Oh, they're trying to freeze, clearly, Brittany out of the point. Everything to Marta. And in the end, she stands her ground. And Miami take the point. Again, a golden point. And take the game to lead 5-0. Some highlights from our first set has flown by. Oh, Houston haven't done much wrong. They've taken the favourites to 4 goal points out of a possible 5. 4 of the 5 games have gone to juice, but they've lost all of them. We're taking a bit of a long time here in this turnaround. No doubt the Houston Volts probably just needing a bit more time. They just need to fine-tune a few aspects. They have started to iron out some of those unforced errors that we saw early in the set. But if you look at that 5-0 and you think, okay, it's been very one-sided, but it hasn't. Let's see if the Houston Volts can hang on to their service game, at least get something up on the board. They deserve a much more from this opening set. Both going down the middle. They get it over. Marta. On to Brittany. And that was there for the taking. And I think Sophia had too many options open. And in the end, just sent it into the net. Love 15. Again, they concentrate most of their play on Marta Morga. Understandable. And then in steps Brittany after all the good work from Marta, who just kept it going, kept it ticking over. Love 30. And that Bit desperate there. Renata Martinez. Well, 4 chances to take the opening set for Miami. They have put together a really good team. Well, they salvage 1. So have to face 3 more. The Houston Volts. Brilliant. Track back, but it's long. And it is the first set. It's been the quickest first set we've had so far on day 1 of the competition. Now, the coach has just got to tell his players, up until the 4th game, there was very little to choose between the 2 teams. Just that one service game that Miami won comfortably, but the rest were all golden points. There was another one to come, but then we saw head start to drop, a few unforced errors. And Brittany is a very good player. And there you can see, sets herself up brilliantly, puts both players onto the same side of the court before hitting the smash winner. Always the case, isn't it? The team that win the first set straight out, they want to get this going. And of course the coach needs to spend a bit more time with his players as they look to rebuild, try and work on that confidence morale, because they started really well. And the first 2 games they were leading in both service games before losing both in a golden point. Let's see, they come out now for this second set. Miami to serve. We're watching here the PPL2, which can be, I suppose, compared to a development league, in that gives the opportunity to quite a few players, not just the young, but those on the fringe of getting into those PPL top teams and into the top 150, 100 in the world, a chance to compete on an excellent stage, a superb competition. It's getting better each and every year. A very good move to invest in this parallel tournament to give opportunities, for example, to Sophia and Renata, a 20-year-old American and a 19-year-old Mexican Renata, who together have played really well, but here they find themselves already struggling at the start of the second set. Sometimes I've seen matches in the past where one team doubles pair won 9 out of 10 golden points. Sometimes things just don't go your way. A net call, a shot that just gets lucky, a strange bounce, you get outplayed, or you make an unforced error. But every single one of those seems to go against you. And it's what happened basically to Sofia and Renata in the first set. So it does look like that perhaps this match could finish before the session starts later on this afternoon at 5 o'clock local time here in New York. It's currently 3:40, just past in the US. So in just over an hour and a quarter, the PPL will commence. You can join the English and Spanish talent on site. We'll be there to broadcast every single game live, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Championship Sunday. The venue, by the way, is the same venue as that of last year's the Cities Cup final. Come on, it'd be nice to see them get off the mark. That's wild from Sofia Adanovic. Sofia, let's get back to the net. Tracks back Renata. And that wasn't Brittany's, though. Sometimes when you're so immersed in the point, you kind of step into territory that isn't really yours, but it is, I suppose, at the same time, yours because it was on your main side. It was on your forehand, your power shot. And normally those shots down the middle, if you're not playing with a left-handed player, that shot is yours. Tracks back brilliantly, Sofia. Well, still 2 opportunities to win their first game, and of course, forget about the first set. You're tying the second set at 1-1. Well, they're trying to reduce errors. Done a good job so far, the Volts. Just keeping the rallies alive. Well, apologising there. That does sting. Golden point. Good serve, really good serve. And can they capitalise? Great return. Really comes forward to the net. As does Marta. Surely they're not going to win another golden point, are they? And that was a mistake not by Sofia. Renata just apologises because her return left it easy for Brittany. So, 2-love. That's now 6 golden points in 8 games played. $15-all. Good serve. Marta. You put in a good first delivery and you can normally dictate the point. Oh, 15-30. Slightly wayward from Marta Morga. Steps over. Brittany. Decent lob, they've got to come forward. So they are pushed back, but the lob is long, and now they have 3 break points. Houston Volts. Oh, brilliant. That's a readjust superbly, Sophia. Brittany just scoops it back up. It's the longest rally. It's the longest rally, but a successful one for the Houston Volts. Big cheer. They are finally off the mark. They've won their first game. After dropping the first set 6-love, it's 2-1 in the second set. Some of the highlights from this second set. 2-1 to Miami. Took a 2-0 lead. But good to see Houston Volts, who, after playing really well, coming so close, finally win a game. Still 0 of 6 when it comes to golden points. Still firmly in the driving seat, Brittany and Marta for Miami Padel Club. Now, hold their serve. It's 2-2. Love 15. We could be watching some of the stars of the future. Despite that scoreline, that doesn't tell the whole story. Being impressed by it, Sofia and Renata. And you look at, for example, Brittany playing her best paddle, age 34. So the players on the other side of the court have a good 15 years. And we are seeing more and more players play into their late 30s, some even to their early 40s. We saw Jacobo earlier, 40 years old. And also playing against, the USA pairing of number 1 and number 4 in the States is a great test for the two Houston Volt players. Or having just broken Miami club, they are now facing 3 break points themselves. Decent serve that by Sophie. That sets up Renata for the big smash. Nice passing shot in that gap in the middle. Sophie had to stoop low. Double-handed, gets it back over, but not deep enough. Still at the net. Miami. Marta scurries forward again, and that comes up short. And that's bread and butter for Brittany. 3-1 in this second set. That down at the feet of her opponent. Really good shot, great angle. $30 love. Remember, in just over an hour's time, the PPL will start. Games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Try to watch them all if you can. And then, of course, the championship day on Sunday. 15:30. Brilliantly played again by Brittany, just showing her experience of having played at the highest level. Doesn't put it away, Marta, but they win the point. 4-1. 6-love, they took the first set. Quick turnaround. Just 2 games away, Miami, from a victory on day 1. or this session. Nearing the 6-hour mark. This by far the fastest game of the 4 we've seen so far here today. And in just over an hour's time, in New York City, at the iconic Hammerstein Ballroom, right in the center of Manhattan, paddle will continue. Pro Padel League New York. 4 days of competition, just like the PPL2, also involving 10 franchises or teams from Mexico, Canada, and the US. Deep rosters this season, over 50 world-class players, and the best paddle you can watch this side of the Atlantic. Now, I'm sure quite a few of these players will be hoping to quickly jump into a taxi and head to the ballroom, Hammerstein Ballroom, and catch some of the action. There are some big matchups to look forward to on the opening day of competition. Brittany just sends over that lob, flows it over Renata, and in the end that cushion volley isn't the best, straight into the net. Marta. And wide from Sophia. So coming up in an hour's time, be sure to tune in to watch the PPL New York Atlantics. The locals, home side if you want, against San Diego Stingrays. Veronica Bircella, Claudia Jensen for San Diego will line up against Sofia Saiz and Marta Talaban. That game will be followed by José de Sánchez, Maxi Sánchez against Javi Martinez and Nacho Villarriño. Then in the late session, again a double header, DC Matrix against Las Vegas Smash. Raquel, Eugenio, Jimena Velasco take on Marina Guinard and Sofia Araujo. And also for DC Matrix, in the final game, Valentino Libac, really talented player from Argentina, Alex Arroyo, great fun to watch, against Agos Torre and Guille Cagigas. Really clever, a little switch. The slice just dropped like a weight as it came off the back glass. 30-all. They've been plucky, and they have battled really well, Houston Volts. And they can take quite a few positives from how they've competed so far. But honestly, how many mistakes have we seen from Brittany? I believe one. One unforced error. Consistent. Two great points for a 5-1 lead. Brilliant shot. That was confident. Sets up a golden point. Now, can they win just one? Five gold points in the first set. Just the one, now two in this set. Well, no is the answer to that one. 5-1. That is 7 goal points played. 7-1 by Miami. Now serving. Making a clean sweep. Marta gets it tucked into the corner with that reflex volley. There's a lot to cover, a lot of ground to cover there, Renata. Somehow, I mean, if you could blow, you would try to, blow it up against the fence. It drifted alongside the fence, 2 centimeters at most, the gap. And as it dropped, there was no way you could just scoop your racket around the ball, get it back into play. Four match points for Miami. By Renata Martinez, Sofia, and there's the winner. Had to be Brittany, the US #1. Excellent performance. They never really took their foot off the gas. Yes, they won all 7 golden points played, so you imagine had those games been shared around, it would be a very different scoreline. But of course, it's the experience, how to play those points. And they showed that they've got that experience. That's a big, big win against the Houston Volts. Now, I know that the Volts will definitely bounce back from this because they've got talent, youth, experience they will gain by playing games like the one they just lost here to Marta Morgan and Brittany Dubbins. So victory for Miami. Comfortable. 6-love, 6-1. And day 1 comes to a close here. Now we are going to see some highlights, some of the best action that we have seen throughout the day at the Paddle House here in Brooklyn. Just over 6 hours ago, the session started with a thrilling game. We had upsets also. A super tie-break in here in the final game, which leaves just about an hour between this session here in Brooklyn and the start of the PPL. So do join us, please. Remember, same time, same place tomorrow for more PPL2. Really looking forward to the second day. This first day has been thoroughly entertaining. We've seen some great players. And now, switch over. You've got time. Grab something. Do something with your free time, but do watch the PPL. So Las Vegas Smash beaten by Toronto Polar Bears. Good win for Jordi Lujan and Carl Rodriguez 6-3, 6-2. Entertaining game with the San Diego Stingrays and Florida Goats. I saw Danny Diaz and Ivo and then Matten claim a super tie-break win. 6-2 they took the first set. 4-6 Francesco and Briega tied things 10-8 in a rather dramatic super tie break. Also, just moments ago, an excellent performance by Miami Padel Club, who have, well, put their name in the hat. They are definitely ones to look out for. So victories for San Diego, Toronto Polar Bears. LA beat men, also claiming a victory over Mexico Waves. And now we've just seen a win for Miami Padel Club. Do join us same time, same place with myself and the rest of the team here in New York at the Padel House, Brooklyn. Adios.
Two more in the city. Oh, really? Yeah. And one more not far from here. It is. Ya después instalo aquí y me dices nada más que si te llega.